Greetings, and once again, welcome to the traditional undisclosed location. Once again, because OBS doesn't like to remember what device I use for my microphone. Yeah, I'm annoyed at OBS, Jasmine. My cat's right over there. Yeah, she's a good girl. She's being a glove. And But anyway. Oh, now you're going. Time for some rogue trader. Last we left off, we'd finally gotten out of Komarog, and there was so much to do once we got back. So many people were like, hey, stuff has happened while you were gone. And it was just so... oh, God. But I finally got out of Komarog, whatever. Now, there's some sort of cult on my ship, and I don't like it. Okay. Also, Abelard is having some trouble at home because his family has been accused of treason. So I'm going to have to get to the bottom of this. But I want to see what's going on my ship first. Well, I thought I already saw this scene. Heinrich Montag. Lord Captain, if I may request your attention for a moment, I must report a series of highly dangerous violations that have taken place in the fuel compartment. The Master-at-Arms is ignoring my demands, and I am thus forced to appeal to you directly. The fuelers have founded a sect of some kind. This group practices fire worship of the Emperor and is burning promethium near the fuel lines. I beg you to stop this madness before we all go up in flames. I should point out there have been no incidents in the fuel compartment so far, and that the beliefs of the sect do not affect the obedience of the workers or their efficiency in any way. All assemblies are conducted strictly after hours with the permission of their superiors. However, if you find their practices unacceptable, we will put a stop to them immediately. This matter is beyond my purview. Let Confessor Adam be the judge of such. The Emperor protects your ladyship. I can assure you that there's no heresy festering in the fuel compartment. The sect of the fire prophecies has been tested for purity and found to be in accordance with the creed. Their leader, who calls himself the Oracle of Fire, is devout and submissive to his servants. They do not twist with sacred teachings, and as far as their chosen forms of worship, these are neither rare nor remarkable. Many such minor cults exist in the Imperium with full approval of the ecclesiarchy. At least he and his flock believe the Emperor reveals glimpses of a possible future to him in the sacred flame. Occasionally his visions do come true, or so his followers convince themselves. We do not know whether the grace of the God Emperor truly lies upon him, or if he is merely a charlatan, or perhaps a blissful lunatic, or a wicked rogue who possesses psychic powers not tempered by his will. Lord Captain, as choir master of the astropathic choir, I must be watchful of all threats to the ship's safety originating from the Immaterium. I have heard rumors about this oracle, and so I have sent my adepts to see him. They assert that the man is a psyker. The man who speaks to the warp is a danger to himself and to the entire vessel. Both law and common sense dictate that he should be thrown into a holding cell, tranquilized, and handed over to the Inquisition to be sent to Holy Terra. Alternatively, you may dispose of him in some other way. I beg forgiveness, but I seldom leave the chapel to interfere with the affairs of the ship. My duty requires that I keep constant vigil, as I direct arrival and departure of message across the boundless void. But given that this incident has already demanded my interference, I thought it a good opportunity to introduce myself and pay my respects to you.
Indeed they have, Lord Captain. The rejuvenating procedures have turned the clock back once more. Just don't ask me how many needles our chirurgeons had to stick in me to make it happen. But I am recovered from the ills of old age. Well, most of them. One cannot evade death forever. Every time I come to the brink, it takes another bite out of me. Lord Captain.
We discovered a world that is home to a long-abandoned colony founded centuries ago by one of your predecessors. A ship was sent there carrying several thousand colonists who were to restore the derelict settlement. After the ship entered its system of designation, contact was lost with it, and its fate remains unknown. Perhaps you might like to investigate the disappearance of that vessel personally. In addition to that, your ladyship, pirates have presented a serious problem for your domain. For centuries, a group of bandits, headed by a ship called the Elusive Contempt, has been raiding cargo vessels on their way from the Protectorate's most plentiful extractia. Their ability to deftly escape pursuit by patrols has allowed them to operate with complete impunity. The pirate's flagship has been spotted in a nearby system. Your ship, Lord Captain, is sufficiently powerful to finally chase down those brazen scoundrels and bring them to justice. The astropathic choir has received a series of alarming messages concerning the Narmer 4 system, where a dangerous space anomaly has supposedly manifested itself. Its nature is unknown, but the fabric of space within the system is reported to be curved and unstable. It is said that any ship entering the region disappears without a trace. I believe we ought to be prudent and steer clear of that system. There's something else, Lord Captain. The ship's astropaths have cut echoes of alarming messages. Unidentified ships abandoned by their crews have been spotted in several systems of the Expanse. It may only be a rumor, but those who encountered them have gone missing. That is all, your ladyship. Wait, should I go back and take Argenta?
It's about time.
Yeah, I want to take Argenta to the shrine. But who do I want to leave behind, then? So let's level up. Okay. Does weapon skill do? Let's see, what do we want her to do? Oh, that sounds cool. Coercion. Oh, I can get you. Do I want? Wow, there's a lot of ranking up to do. What do you need? Probably willpower. You know what? Heinrich also needs a break. And Abelard also needs a break. And Pascal also needs a break, but I like him so much. Whatever.
What is that? Done.
Ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think of the Ulma Universalis, patterned from the Angevin Crusade era.
Victory awaits.
Sadness always takes me when I see good steel and banners falling into disuse like this. Their place should be on the field of battle, not inside these gilded chests.
Banish your sorrow, warrior, for they serve a purpose still. People gaze upon them and they become filled with his light, inspired to fight anew against the enemies of humanity.
Okay. Are you gonna speak? No. The Imperium Invictum, the shards of an unknown Angevin and Crusade warrior's twin blades returned from pirate captivity by the grace of the Emperor.
A new challenge for me. Excellence matters.
Among the antique weapons you spot the known as the Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head was split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome Daemon Bresnar the Flayer. The Rex Regalia, the partially restored blade of Afudas the Earnest, a missionary who decimated the abominable Xenos and fell in a deathly battle against the unrighteous. A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort in his face, his fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, master. Or grant me wisdom. He winces as you approach. Your ladyship, how can I be of service? Nothing escapes your ladyship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your ladyship to listen to these messages, protected by the secrecy of the confession. These parishioners are well-spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders and are vested with power, and, well, after categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice the subtle differences between them. Okay. One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the war, while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. That's not too bad. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given the ship has enough resources to cover that comparably trivial expense. Oh. Loop-eared Klepas display a high degree of socialization, both among their kind and towards their owners. These animals adjust well to avoid ship's lower gravity, since it is similar to their homeworld's condition. Lop-eared Klepa meat is edible should necessity demand it. Oh, those are nothing. Really?
I won't tolerate weakness.
The Aquila Anima, a fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption brought from the Shrine World of Solus 6, now lost. Cold floor under your knees initiates fumbling around in the distance, and nothing else. You are quickly overcome with boredom. Confessor Adalbert, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, is lighting candles, taking his time with each. Glints of fire dance on his heavy golden nakia, and his sky-blue eyes as he addresses you, smiling. The Emperor protects your ladyship. Are you here to pray, or have mundane thoughts brought you to me? Why, yes, I always find time for penance on my morning and evening shifts, your ladyship. An irrelevant question. Our fates are in the Emperor's hands, and he does as his plans require. For a moment I thought you had come to confess, but now I see you have taken on the role of a cleric yourself. May the Emperor guide you on your quest for answers. Oh. Our throne-fearing flock that regularly leaves Vox recordings in the Shrine Confessional, housed in the eastern part of the reliquary. This allows us to maintain constant watch for any heretical tendencies. We can observe the earnesty with which our parishioners render their duties, as well as any dangerous dissent brewing in their minds. Initiate Clotus is responsible for starting the confessions. He would be honored to offer you access to the confessional cogitator. Your predecessor always had due concern for the reliquary's maintenance and its needs, and under her rule, faith occupied its proper place on the ship. No. Fair observation. Everyone knows that the clergy must maintain a stern appearance to inspire fear and awe in their flock. His mirth fades, giving way to a pensive gravitas. Truth is that my clan and I experienced great hardships. I cannot explain how it is I am standing before you now except by his will. How could one be anything other than joyful knowing they were saved by the Emperor? I was scarcely more than a child when the malady struck our cabins. First would come the fever, then the unlucky victim would start retching blood. After that they would melt away like a candle. Only the youngest survived, myself among them. But now my family is growing, and I am grateful for each new life that replaces what one lost. An acute observation from a lady who knows the importance of strong faith on her ship. The gentleness you speak of is skin deep. On the inside, my faith and spirit are pure Antine. Decades instructing the crew and fighting the dangers of the void and the warp have required nothing less. My resolve in the face of monstrous threats we face must always be 100-fold firmer than that of my flock. Well, see ya.
How fascinating. To me, the Immaterium is made of colors, but to the astropaths who dwell in this chapel, it is music.
Cursed music. Why do the astropaths not fill this place with litanies in his name instead?
Okay, uses its many quilts. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Follow my lead.
Yoink. Beneath the grill, you can see enormous outlines of formidable machines in the greenish haze.
It's about time.
Okay, this guy is a prayer. He's a prey dude. Endless stream of symbols fills with paper tapes. Ceased navigator's organ purpose for the choir master's needs. Here's where is processed messages converge all over the chapel. Choir master Zachary Weiss, a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You are about to call his name when he falls silent and sharply and turns towards you first. Lord Captain. Visit from the rogue trader is an honor for us all. Like other astropaths of the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, your ladyship? Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one of which robs every astropath of the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. The light emanating from beneath his bandages flicker with strange hues as the choirmaster Chuck clutches his temple. His expression shifts in a way that you are well familiar with. It's the look of someone who has glimpsed the grim signs that evil has left upon your soul. My apologies, your ladyship. I sensed a strangeness in you, and my mind reached out of its own accord. I did not think much, but what I did see was enough. It grieves me to know that this mark weighs upon you so. Trust me, I am well acquainted with the oppressive burden of doom. I beg your pardon, your ladyship's pardon. How odd. Odd that you have listened to my confessions, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time, for which I apologize. I am thankful for your consideration. Death always keeps close to the astropaths, and its punishment for arrogance and weakness are severe. I have seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something you would like to know? It is a sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and, to an extent, unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive messages in the form of muddled images, dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word. From the reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine-recorded words are routed through lines under the floor into transcribers and then the source core. The core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it contains a vast catalog of various symbols and the method of their interpretation. The compiler matches the images and the message against its data and forwards the result to our cogitator and myself, so that I can begin the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of intelligible meaning from perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rites receiving or sending an astropathic method. Regrettably for us all, your ladyship, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic imprints containing information. Only an astropath can read entirety of something created through the medium of warp. Furthermore, as message pass through the immaterium, they might become distorted by malevolent intent. It falls to your servants alone to shield their mind with faith and separate the true meaning from the influence of the ruinous powers. My duty is to shield you from the monstrous communications that filter through the warp, the screams of the Emperor's loyal servants and centuries dead by now, the nightmarish, mad and... Oh, hello, inherited Emperor. Oh. Don't sell me the views. I'm not buying. Nightmarish, maddening images of the Sea of Souls, the cursed symbols that cause astropaths to convulse in violent fits of frenzy, the message from abominations in search of weak minds to devour. Concealing all of that from you is my duty. We are all part of the Imperial Tithe once, psychers delivered to Terra on the black ships, but only a few of the candidates had what it took to study astropathy. Fewer still successfully completed the grueling training to be eligible for soul binding, and almost none survived the initiation. We were given the privilege to behold the Emperor's light, a light flawless and searing. A pious smile visits his lips. That changes you. It wounds you irreparably. It takes your eyesight, but in exchange you commune with greatness. His presence in our souls fortifies them as we stand against malicious powers. After the ritual, an astropath is assigned their position. At this or that adeptus, an astropathic relay, or a ship. More often than not, our first place of service is also our last. It would be more on point to say when something happens. The Emperor's blessing protects us from the warp's various influences. However, there are horrors dwelling in the void for which even this defense would be no obstacle, especially if one spends as much time in their company as we do. There is only one way to procure astropaths, and that is through the Adeptus Administratum. Luck permitting, unattended astropaths from the sector will be posted to the ship. Ones who, for whatever reason, have lost their place of service. Failing that, the request will go to Terra, and we will have to wait a long time. That said, there are other options. Blasphemous, forbidden options. Unsanctioned psychers, unprotected, broken souls who seldom live past their first few seances. But even those would do, should the God Emperor put our souls through severe trials, and judging by how rabid the warp has been of late, by the number of dead astropaths, those trials will be upon us sooner than our prayers could reach Terra. I do not recommend even considering such an option. Unsanctioned psychers are gateways for the archenemy's forces, for all the claims to the contrary made by those less knowledgeable on the issue. On the contrary, Lord Captain, it is a mental focusing technique used by your flagship spire, one that I invented myself. This music was written by an astropath. With what my charges and I hear and it is not what ordinary people hear. Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them. But above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumultuous sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. Goodbye, your ladyship. Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest, without his gifts, our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism, his face crumpled in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears you approach and composes himself. The Engineer, his head lowered, does not so much glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robe, he makes a barely audible, unpleasant sound, a prayer in Technolingua. The sacred compiler is ailing, your ladyship. A gloom has come over the machine spirits, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of paper, and you notice at once the rows of squiggles in each line all end with the same glyph. He summoned the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirits are none too eager to hear their prayers. The esteemed Engineer is now in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders. I had the audacity to think the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining its parts, but who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanica? Unit Sigma AR-87 is currently in a tech trance shared comprehension with the spirit of the Archeotech device catalogued under the name of Stream Spindle. Disturbing the unit is not recommended. However, a preliminary diagnostic has revealed several algorithmic faults that are in conflict with the sacred mechanism's processors. A particular intervention into certain cycles will likely aid the release of the accumulated burden.
None shall stand in my way.
This explorator is blessed.
Once the text is ready,
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
voices blend in an unnatural unison, and the longer you listen to the choral chant, the stronger your headache grows.
Victory awaits.
This explorer tool is blessed with multifunctionality.
Okay, what next? Not prying to your ladyship found out about my confession. Suppose it raised some questions for you. As am I to tell the truth. Sensitivity is a vice and one responsible for ensuring the dynasty's prosperity. However, I cannot help it, which is why I unburdened my soul in confession. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions, your ladyship? Children will know that you are their benefactor. As for me, I can assure you I will always find ways to procure enough funds to cover the expenses. I was fault checking the Vox devices in the ship's reliquary. Message recording works, but deletion does not. You have helped me establish that. Thank you. At the time, I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared klepas on the ship. I can still recite it from memory. I am going to quote my mother's response. That is impossible. You see, the species went extinct several centuries ago. I am very sorry, Lord Captain. There aren't any klepas to be had. Okay. Sure. Actually... I want Heinrichs with this, really. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor Drivestem will take care of everything. This is ridiculous. Such a thing happening right in the Rogue Trader's palace. Drivestem? What the fuck? You are confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothing typical of the Argonis Nova. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily. His voice trembles as he says, "Your ladyship, we are honored by your presence." "You see, your ladyship, these people wanted to attack. Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Elam White, reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat." Observation. There are rare, high-functioning servitor specimens present among the inspired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon the noble houses that are most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The augmetics of the deceased do differ from the implants ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear that the deceased were not ordinary humans. As far as I know, House Gaprak has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past, although this is the first time seeing one myself. "I think she is with the rest of House Sarian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivestem has gathered all of Dargonis' nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Wasari." "Really? I do not know, your ladyship. Perhaps he is... You can probably find him in the throne room, where the governor intends to put House Wasarian on trial."
I rise to the occasion.
Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sister?
"Let me through. I have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Wasarian." "My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestem's orders." "This is ridiculous. I shall complain." "Move over. Let her ladyship the rogue trader through." I humbly beg your pardon, your ladyship." "Ladyship, please, this way." "Governor Urband Drivestem. Your ladyship, 'tis an honor." Governor Urband Drivestem seems to materialize out of the air, so suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. "I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital." And Clementia tries to take a step forward, but the warden nearby stops her. Her face is veiled with fear and weariness. "Your ladyship, you are here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors." The governor's words are directed at Clementia are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. "We have known each other for many decades, and now we have now, and we've had our fair share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with rage. The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard, then applies a faint shadow of doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I am sure that her ladyship will arrive at a fair ruling. Your ladyship, I humbly beg your pardon. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered and assassinated a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus Administratum officials, document forgery, and the organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which, in turn, has drawn the Administratum's attention. An esteemed member of the Adeptus Arbites is expected to arrive on Dargonis shortly, and before they do, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Your ladyship, House Wissarian denies all charges laid against it. These last few months have indeed been trying for Dargonis, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistic economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. When we caught wind of rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dargonis was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was the sabotage of the logistics that hampered shipments. Then mass unrest began spreading across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling amongst themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down, and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events also have been overshadowed by I am ashamed to even say it aloud in front of you, your ladyship, the rumors circulating about among the higher houses. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as head of your house, Kunrad Voitvir. Not all your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the Trade Protectorate. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Wissarians. Of course I have evidence, your ladyship. The investigation has established that a member of the Wissarian family, which is responsible for both Dargonis' fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Wissarian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of Rogue Trader to the true heir. I remind you that House Wissarian has hardly covered itself in glory in the past. It allowed Xenos Noticing the close attention of the rogue trader, the young man averts his gaze. His long face is sweating, and he presses his dry lips together and tightly into a thin line. He seems to be afraid of something. Oh. Over the many years of service, Governor Drivestem earned Theodora's trust, and he holds... Okay, you support them. Your ladyship, Governor Drivestem has always faithfully served the rogue traders of House von Valencius and concerned himself with the future of your trade I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one in my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Kindly allow me to speak as well, your ladyship. The opportunity to serve on your ship is a great honor for me and my family. These charges are grievous indeed, and thus require the attention of the rogue trader. Should you decide to conduct an investigation, I would be happy to assist. Under different circumstances, I would not have dared disobey your word, your ladyship, but I am afraid that this situation demands that the guilty receive their due punishment. Excuse me, did I give you an order? I think I gave you an order! The sabotage of logistical chains perpetrated on the capital around of your dynasty has naturally had an effect on the tithe collection. The most honorable representatives of the Adeptus Arbitrums will be here before long to investigate the matter. Alas, their attention puts both you personally and the entire protectorate at risk. However, we still have a chance to alleviate their displeasure by resolving these incidents ourselves and punishing the culprits. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I am certain that all the charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak with everyone present, the noble lords and ladies. Lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the colors of the House Aprak, are standing in a half-circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of the dynasty are covered in large, ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprak curtsies to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your ladyship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. Abelard, must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. I would not take such responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your ladyship. I do think Governor Drivesdem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. Pardon my bluntness, your ladyship, but I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can even drive can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. It is impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn towards her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible, we came here by ourselves without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Your ladyship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah, but today none of our house members were accompanied by them. Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue traders, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Gapraks. I assume this is what the Wisarians intended to happen, but they did not expect one of the servitors would have this letter on them. Ready to serve, your ladyship. How may I help you? I do not think I can doubt the validity of the accusation, but I am also not sure that House Wisarian had a reason to betray you, your ladyship. I do not know of any instance where her loyalty to you and the Emperor was anything less than unwavering. There is something you ought to know, your ladyship. Today I noticed one of my family members to be in an odd, uncharacteristic mood. Helen Gaprak is my paternal second cousin once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Halen, usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper and seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When last I saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall where the altars are. Perhaps you could talk to him. I shall take my leave. Sharius Sourbeck. Your ladyship. Hetka Sourbeck, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance close to his mother. An expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Masharius's wife, Regina Sourbeck. Certainly, Governor Drivestem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means with which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that the Wisarians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway, if it is so ill-prepared for treachery? My advice to House Wisarian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. I cannot remember Amelia von Valencius seeking your advice on what House Wisarian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Masharius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. House Drivestem, wishing to expand on their clout. House Gaprak, who lost their influence after the Kiavagama incident. House Sourbeck, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have a reason to conspire against you, and equally, they could have none. It is not a simple question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? I have always thought Toriana was too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. What's going on here? Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. Their matching color scheme of their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggests they all come from the same family. Your ladyship, thank you for giving the case your undivided attention. You know what? High-functioning servitors? Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gapraks do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with an eye to confusing you. Anyone with a desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Usarian. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape from custody during the confusion that followed. As soon as logistical and economic problems gave rise to initial rumors, we tried to find the person responsible for spreading the calls for Voigtvir's return. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. We can thank my son, Cornelius, for such astute observations. Your ladyship, I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Oh, no. You are going to be examined very closely, young man. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries, who admitted to acting on the orders of House Usarian. Thank you for your interest, your ladyship, but I am not worthy of it. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your ladyship. This is the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. I manage documents and records related to the economy of Targonis. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I am afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative process of the Administratum, too long and overly detailed. And Cornelius tries to look you in the eye, but it is clearly hard for him to do so. When compiling reports on the last cycle's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Usarian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from logistical and economic problems. Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. This is the first time I have spoken face-to-face with a rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. Forgive me, your ladyship. I can't do it anymore. This lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. The truth is that all of the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Usarians were responsible for the mistake. And as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all, and... What have you done? How could you, your ladyship? This is my fault. I trusted my son, and I have failed in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban? Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Usarian can now be cleared of all charges. but we still do not know who is behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempt. Someone is committing their foul deeds and sowing chaos right under your subject's nose. To leave that stone unturned would be dangerous. By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned by the person who writing but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return I would name the Wissarians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That, and keep my mouth shut. Okay, I will forgive you. Shall return later. As you draw closer, the wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Wissarian family. Clementia, tired and disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women Your ladyship, accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before making your final decision. The charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you of this, and swear on my own honor, we are not guilty of the crimes House Wissarian is being accused of. Clementia, you were acting head of the family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member, and now you are being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue traitor, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? Your ladyship, let us be frank. It would be foolish of me to try and orchestrate something like this, knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace. I would not have let myself or anyone in my family be involved in such a scheme. Servitors, is that so? I've encountered servitors, but they were distinguishable from normal augmented humans, but only once. They were accompanying several members of House Gaprak. Anyone, really. The other houses consider us unworthy of our position, and many would jump at the chance to rid us and gain control over what once was our domain, the planet's fleet and logistics at the very least. Lady Theodora chose to grant noble status to House Wissarian, but the other houses which served in the Expanse for millennia did not welcome that decision. It has led to some difficulties. I'm afraid I cannot be of much help. Talk to the representatives of the other...
I won't tolerate weakness.
Hang on.
It's about time. Follow my lead.
Halen Gaprak. Finely dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar, his palms folded in prayer close to his face. The implant-free parts of his skin are a sickly blue color. The nobleman does not even react to your presence. He does not lift his head. He does not blink. He does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. The colors of House Gaprak. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there's a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. There is no one to ask about what happened here or with whom this man spoke before he died. I would like to ask Urban where the palace guard suddenly disappeared to. Familiar sight. There are poisons that rapidly damage the nervous system, causing paralytic spasms throughout the body once injected. The victim usually suffocates slowly and painfully, unable to call for help. What a surprise! You are versed in the art of underhanded murder. Have you often resorted to the coward's weapon in your life rather than fight fair? I have. All my victims were enemies of the Imperium who could not have been unreached by any other means. Would you prefer they still be alive, my lord Ulfar? Heinrich meets the wolf's menacing gaze with dignity, ignoring the almost palpable wave of threat emanating from the angel of the Emperor. There are no visible wounds on the body, but near the edge of the gold-trimmed collar, you notice a tiny puncture in his blue skin, like a wound caused by a thin needle. HG.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Halen, it came... Oh, let's see. Halen is one of the lower-ranking members of House Gaprak. Despite his advanced age, he never held high office, but he was forever striving to better his position, even beyond his abilities. Many members of my house struggled to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiavagama and her family. Some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Halen was one of them. Her oculars are fixed on the floor, her fingers restlessly clenching the fabric of her dress. Toriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Valencia's trade dynasty and your house are both at stake now. We lost Kiavagama, a truly devastating blow to every member of House Gaprak. I lost all hope for the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. We needed time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were and still are more than capable of doing that, but I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance, for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halen decided to take them up on one of their offers behind my back. Lord Captain, the Gapraks, all of them or only some of them, are definitely involved, but I suspect that they were not behind the plot against you. Halen Gaprak could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a deft puppet master. We must expose whoever that is if we are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any further. Interrogate the heads of the Drivestem and Sourback houses. One of them has been pulling the strings here. Once we uncover new evidence, and then the guilty party will be publicly executed. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. I have known these people far longer than you have. I know their gestures, habits, and behavioral quirks. I am sure that I will be able to determine which of them was responsible for the riots based on their behavior. Halen, I did not see him myself, but perhaps... Have any of you seen him today? I think my sister and I saw him sitting on the bench some distance away from the palace's entrance. We think he was accompanied by a gentleman, but forgive us, your ladyship, we could not make out a face. Of course, consider it done.
Victory awaits!
Oh. Member of House Gaprak was killed in the palace? And no one noticed? But how? There are wardens posted at every altar. Emperor forbid, your ladyship. Your negligence is stunning, Urban. An assassination attempt followed by a mysterious death, and yet here you are, oblivious to everything. The rogue traitor can justly accuse you of allowing a nobleman to be killed in the palace and of failing to even notice it. Maybe so, but it is for the rogue traitor to accuse me of negligence, not you. Okay, fine, I accuse you of negligence. Your ladyship, accept my deepest apologies for my imprudence. Nothing matters more to me than my honor. I shall send the servants to deal with all this immediately. Okay. Charges brought by Governor Drivestem were fabricated. House Wissarion had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader. However, the real perpetrators are here in this very room. Load game. Oh, fuck, really? I should have saved. Fuck. Okay. Obviously, I missed something.
Done.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
None shall stand in my way.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What are you whispering, pure-hearted sister? A command to the fearsome spirits of battle?
No, Brother Ulfa. I humbly pray that the Emperor sends clarity to my eyes, so that they might recognize falsity and then destroy it.
I'm gonna save right now. Ba-doo. Wonder what happens. Oh, so he's alive at the moment. Okay, yeah, charges against House Viserion. And you failed to notice anything because you were busy. The bad stuff, logistics chains, rivalries, heresy, riots. And Conrad's behind it somehow. Assassination plot.
It's about time.
Yep, there's Hanlon. Let's talk to drive stem. Yada yada. Logistical problems, investigation. And Cornelius is trying to back out. He's trying to make himself small. Make the letter. Me. Oh, catch a tiger by the toe. Yep.
Follow my lead.
Actually, let's go here and talk about Hanlon Gaprak. Being diplomatic. I should speak. Let's talk to the Sauerbecks. Oh, Pascal, thank you, buddy. Okay, fence. Oh, Hetka, standing behind Macharia, spots the note you are holding. Immediately, he bongs his fists and jerks his head away. He exhales deeply through his nose in a bid to contain some clearly overwhelming emotion. No, I know nothing about this note. Your ladyship, perhaps you noticed my momentary weakness. My apologies for the outburst. That note, you see, I was not fast enough to read the text, but I would recognize the paper anywhere. Those sheets with custom gold embossing on the edge can be found in my father's office. I don't believe my father can be involved in this. He can often be harsh and rude, but a conspiracy against a rogue trader is unthinkable. This goes against everything he has taught me ever since I was born. I cannot imagine the possibility that he has betrayed himself in such a way. Okay. Since the fall of Kiabagama, House Gaprak has been faring poorly, to say the least. They have been looking for ways to enhance her influence. and to improve their lot, including asking for help from other noble houses. They have not approached us, of course. It is shameful to seek help from those you consider your inferiors, you understand. But perhaps the Drive Stems or the Sauerbecks can tell you more about the matter. Okay.
Victory awaits.
Okay, there she's going. Ah. Okay, where are you going?
A new challenge for me? Excellence matters. I won't tolerate weakness. It's about time.
Okay. Now I shall save real quick. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen now. Marsharius, I must admit, I have always admired your bluntness, but just as I once had to say goodbye to a promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon have to say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valancius? I am loyal, Valensarian. You are not lying. But someone else is, someone who is poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Masharius does not have time to respond. Regina, who is standing beside him, raises her arm as if to slap the elderly seneschal. Abelard deftly catches her wrist, stopping her right hand in front of his face. Her dainty hand is adorned with a massive augmetic ring, topped with a thin spike dripping with venom. Sauerbeck shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, then back again. The stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina? You? Mother. Upon realizing what has happened, Hetka recoils from his mother. Ah, yeah! Masharius, your bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Gaprax, you had no idea of what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting like you would not believe. Regina Sauerbeck, you alone betrayed the rogue trader, jeopardizing the prosperity of the Von Valencius trade dynasty, and you alone are responsible for your unmasking. Like the spike on her ring, Regina's words are dripping with poison and rage. Because Dargonus is serving an impostor. The true heir of the Protectorate bears a different name. When Kunrad appeared on Dargonus, he paid me a visit, and opened my eyes to the truth of the situation. Theodora was killed by the one whom she had so unwaringly taken under her wing. Sharius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue traitor, even an illegitimate one, so I had to wait for the right moment, and the disappearance of the Lord Chaplain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain of events on Dargonus, so that the people remember Magister Voigtvir's past service. It seems that many of your subjects do not actually consider you a worthy successor. Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one on all of Dargonus. They are also particularly disliked by the governor's family. It would have been easy to bury the Wissarians under the accusations of heresy. Oh, of course I didn't. I have too many helpers to list them among, but rest assured there are plenty of them, just as there are plenty of people who follow Master Voigtvir. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Halen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggested that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness, and first, and he did grant him mercy, did he not? Haha! Suckers! Ha! That was such a fun little mystery there. Oh, and now she's going to be murdered. Fuck you for fucking with a Tzeentch guy. I can travel through time. Bitch. When the nobles disperse, sated by the bloody performance, Abelard approaches you, his steps firm. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on the matters that her servants and trustees can resolve, but in this case your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Regina Sauerbeck, evidently Kunrad's accomplices continued to plot against your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Thank you, Lord Captain. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Wissarian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without and imprudence within. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure that they survive in the future, or without me. That is true. They need to be prepared for it, or I want to believe that they won't be able to take care of themselves. I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I won't be ready to resume this conversation later when we are back aboard the ship. Want to see where our Space Marine friend is. I have to admit, I really like that, how they did it this time. The chapter they chose, because, like, they could have chosen Ultramarines. They could have done the boring thing, but they didn't. That's really cool in my opinion. Let's go to the magnetic storm. Lord Captain, there is an emergency in the officer's deck. Numerous victims, loss of communication. The voidsmen report warp voices filling the compartments, but this is not a warp breach. Visit the Xenos you took aboard at Genis. He has gone mad and went on a rampage. Two fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the crew members, gutting them seemingly at random. The other claims there are servitors who barricaded themselves in the adjacent compartments. The enforcers managed to isolate the raving Xenos in a dead end, but they have been unable to pacify him so far. What will your orders be? Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born out of lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I am ready to stop the cursed Xenos rampage personally and repay every life he has taken. Why am I not surprised? Rogue trader, we cannot bring your back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you with disposing of the rabid creature before it mauls even more people. Elentok, I know the reason behind Marzai's madness. Please, I must accompany you to the compartment. I will help you deal with the Dark One. Do you remember what happened during my first voyage aboard your ship, when I found myself beyond the veil, the servants of she who first descended upon the fragile elm that is protecting your vessel from the outside horrors, and managed to break through? The soul of an Eldari shines like a beacon in the light, drawing the gaze of Island Fresh and stoking her thirst. The ways of the Astrian keep us safe from her claws, but the Dark Ones never sought to restrain their desires for excess and pleasures, as well as for unprotection and against our eternal enemy. When the voices of she who first called out to me, I found refuge in meditation. I think Marshai started feeding his wyverns to Ol instead, using the only method he knew.
Over there!
Lord Captain, God Emperor be with you, and with all of us, too. Only you can deal with this spawn. Permission to report, your ladyship. It started a few watches after the translation. Well, actually, they say this associate of yours had been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth, barking something in his Xenos tongue, and then he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open. His own hand! Then he suddenly howled and lunged at the people nearby. The voice of she who thirsts. He heard the call. Any of our kind who find himself beyond the veil will become tempting prey for Silent Fresh. And your technology that protects the ship from her baleful influence cannot drown out the sound of her maddening voice. See who, your ladyship? Who are you referring to, Lord Captain? Oh, I knew I should not have said something. Now he is suspicious of me. I can't see anyone, Lord Captain, but I can sure hear her just fine. Must have come for your Xenos, personally. Maybe we shouldn't get in her way, please. Who? Oh, the Xenos. He's holed up in there. He corralled a number of crewmen in there like Groxes to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were the screams. Well, we couldn't save them, so we locked him in there so he couldn't crawl back out. Unless he finds a crack to squeeze through. The prospect of having the rabid Xenos crawling inside our bulkheads makes my heart sink. No, we ought to drag him out, then we either put him on a chain or, forgive my bluntness, Lord Captain, we swat him down and forget that he ever existed. Anyone who could get his hands on your ladyship. Officers, serfs, a technomat, even attacked a servitor, although that didn't last long. He just tore its head off. The rest of them, though, the Xenos scum tortured the life out of them. We'll unblock it right quick, your ladyship, if only there was a way to flesh out that fiend without going in. Throne's mercy, I completely forgot. The late Technomat, well, he turned on the security systems right before he bled out. We figured if Vizino thinks about showing his face, those systems won't get him. The point is, we should go with you, your ladyship, with your permission. It wouldn't be right for the Lord Captain to go in there alone. God Emperor help us all. Who is this? Is this the ruler of this vessel and the mistress of the lost child? Come, let me get a closer look at you.
None shall stand in my way.
I can hear the beating of his heart, the roaring of the blood in his veins, the pulsating fear in his black soul.
We should deal with this.
Data meditation is terminated. Knowledge is eternal.
When the time comes for me to step into this world, he will be waiting for me. Nope.
Searching is my observance. O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive. My Auspex has detected something. My success is an irrefutable certainty. Executing request. The machine god grants me insight. Operation successful. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. The machine god grants me insight.
We shall prevail.
How may I serve the dynasty?
Okay.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
A trivial task.
I have come here because the prince wills it. The souls of all his progenitors belong to him alone. None will escape his embrace. Okay.
Over there.
My success was inevitable.
I've seen a lot of innocent people. I've yet to see someone remain so after an interrogation.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Mahashai jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale gray, parchment-like skin. His teeth are bared feverishly. His dark eyes have turned into two pitch-black mirrors that could show your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out of it. So, like, The, like, the lady in the Grudge? If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there's no sign of it left. At last! The resonant voice that has followed you on your journey through the deck sounds like it is coming from every direction, chilling you to the bone. At last we meet, my poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look how he yearns to return to the one whose caress his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child, follow my voice. My prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in this universe. My dark kin has lost himself in the fight against the pull of she who thirsts. Allow me, Alantot. However great our differences may be, however dissolute and depraved his dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let silent Resh take him. Sooner or later, all of his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Eldaring soul is already his. But if you let me get close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, my prince will reward you, Amelia. I'm sorry, not... This unit has received a sign from the Omnissiah. The transfer plate upon which Vizino's has short-sightedly made his lair can be reconfigured to send a short discharge of the motive force. This unit could use it to impart a modicum of region to this crazed creature. Oh. Oh. More. Can I save now? No! God damn it! No! Oh. I wanna... Ooh. Oh. 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 You know what? Fuck it. Let's be evil. Oh, that kills him! No! Damn it! No! Oh well. Actually, when's the last... No, not... Fuck it. Fuck it.
Follow my lead.
Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard the ship has requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. They call themselves the Blood-Spun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. Oh, do I get to meet the new girl? Yes. Okay, so they are kind of murderous. Those on deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the god Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
Okay.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her. And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion. We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. They are devoted holy assassins of the Imperium. His devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. I'm leading towards the second one. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Okay, so they might also be worshipping Slaanesh accidentally. Where time and training have worn their garments and threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained face of captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
Apostates led astray by the final dawn. These traitors chose to tarnish the honor of their families. Only their blood can wash away the shameful memory of their betrayal. The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
How interesting. Devout assassins who believe themselves to be instruments of a higher power.
Oh.
They revel in violence and cannot tell the difference between bloodthirst and piety. They follow their faith blindly, unaware of how closely they tread to corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is push.
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One. We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life, if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs. Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma, the tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice,
It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously. The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty. I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts. We were not there when the blessing of death was granted to Domin Theodora. Our failure brought shame upon the blood-spun web. We could not stand before you until we restored our honor. We tracked down the traitors and sliced open their bodies. Then we washed the flagship's bulkheads in their blood in a sacred act of ritual purification.
Okay. Okay, for the first time I'm starting to feel Slanesh. Yeah.
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial. A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I will set them free.
Ah!
As the tenets demand. A dance of blades and shadows. The shadows will see it done.
Death to the weak! Ah! Out of my way! Ah!
Such is the will of chaos!
As honor orders, let your soul be purged. Trust me, death is a blessing.
Okay.
I shall not fail.
Haha.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
Oh.
cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
You cannot stop the Angels faithful!
I bring mercy and retribution. As honor ordained. Trust me.
To the undying Emperor.
Oh, okay.
I serve the ruinous powers! Death to non-believers! Ah!
Let your soul be purged. As honor. Trust me.
Oh, okay. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Kibela wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin Amelia? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your ladyship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valancius's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Cabela. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have had good reason. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of the ship. Scourge of the seditious not. Folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, the spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Heinrich takes a drag on his load stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's the lower deck problem. What matters is that the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the arch-enemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood. A river of scarlet flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse of its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them favor from the house of von Valancius. The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the arch-enemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted. The famished became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders, but then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tip dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the blood-spun web and approved of its mission. Many within the Inquisition look favorably on deaf cultists. If you do not need a bodyguard, the Ordo Xenos might recruit her instead. The Xenos is permitted to dwell within the Domin's Ark on equal footing with humans, the enemy of humanity's black heart cannot appreciate such favor, and no dissembling can hide in humans' blasphemous natures to the servant of the Undying One. Henceforth, I am your shadow. Kibila's movements are slow, almost rhythmic, as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Domin Emilia von Valencius, instrument of his death in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forespoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Blood-Spun Web, who wishes to know that the doors to the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting the Lord Captain go down into the depths of her flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for her ladyship. The greatest, most sacred relic of the Blood-Spun Web, the Emperor's Tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see the portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here, not now. He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Arian, the matriarch spider. Hers was the first thread that would become the blood-spun web. Her path began deep within the flagship, in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. A test? Good! Not only will it make you stronger, thought at her, it will let you understand what sort of tribe this blood scryer belongs to. Yet another trail of Monkai faith is soaked in blood and violence. You do not seek to comprehend death. You only add more limitations to your comprehension of life. Why would you want this, Alantok? Oh, this is all very interesting. All very interesting. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. So, acrobatic artistry. Oh, that sounds really good. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Forced repentance. When the executioner inflicts damage over time effect on a target which is already suffering from an effect of the same type, the target immediately suffers additional instance of damage from the initial effect. Oh, so you're a DOT person. Oh. Bleeding is also good. Any damage over time. The target of the executioner's next successful attack is under any damage over time effects, the target will immediately suffer 3 instances of damage from each of these effects. Damn it. What the fuck? This is all so fucking good. Oh my... Oh my god, this seems like it's going to be very good. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Okay. Cabela seems like she's going to murder a lot of people for me. Edrock Fresno, a sturdily built man with an augmented jaw, stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD-987A14, Lord Captain. I am Edrock Fresno, captain of the enforcers in the lower decks bay LD-A14. The Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for your duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or to begin your search for the Temple of the Blood-Spun Web? He says the last part with obvious concern. The Master at Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Blood-Spun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We have been awaiting your arrival every day since then, Lord Captain. As you will, Lord Captain. Still, out of concern for your safety, I must warn you that you should avoid the farthest sections of the bay. They are ridden with disease and the locals can be particularly unpleasant to deal with. With the kind of riffraff that dwells there, they might even be attacked. To put it bluntly, although the bay performs its function well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up, since doing so will require making some serious changes. I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes in this compartment. No, Lord Captain, quite the opposite. I was commended for my service. This compartment has always been a troublesome one, and the Master at Arms assigned me here because she thought highly of my merits. I am honored to have earned Miss Sauerbeck's trust. Mr. Sauerbeck possesses all personal and professional qualities required to lead the enforcers efficiently, Lord Captain. He enunciates each word with pride, but you noted drops of sweat on his brow. But, in that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speed, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them. And Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and the lepers live. Hub LD-987A14 connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply disruption between the bays. traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by the priests of a machine cult to keep sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Also employed here are an enforcer squad, a team of Inferni, and the clerks who keep the cargo records, and a Medicae officer, a fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bullet. May God, the God Emperor forgive him. That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant can see done. The credit here goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship. Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whenever the crew are lost on the deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. Surely you are joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tinned food into weapons. We confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies, and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burned those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep on pressing on. They just keep pressing on regardless. That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties. He scowls. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. Not much, but I always try to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. The spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times even seemingly at random. Their rituals are morbid and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated to their rites would struggle to make any sense of them. I do, Lord Captain, but the cult is authorized to exist on the ship. Oh, you have some balls. Good on you. Which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with. Clutch to dashboard. Okay, this is sort of a train control thing.
It's about time.
It's an... That's a monument. That's the guy who built this place? Okay. Is that blood? Can't be. We scrubbed the deck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Void take me. The captain will have our heads. Is this the welcome you give to the rogue trader? Whoever had the audacity to leave this behind, this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. Damn those, how did they even... Yep, death cultists. Dumb and Amelia, remember this sign. It's the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of the Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We heard the spinners say it when they, well, performed their signature acts of service to the Emperor. The soundless shadow sank into the dark, slashed feet crescendo, a fatal dance, played song and tempo, and each edge an echo, and twin odes to death rose, now on her sacred blood, as she once trod the backs of foes, and tread countless souls, but none who... no. When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard of the verse and decided to investigate, questioned a number of people who follow the blood-spun web as I was trying to figure out if there were anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned about the whole thing. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems. Maybe it has something to do with them inviting you for a visit to their temple. Maybe they're trying to get your attention. Apologies, Lord Captain. I'm no good at deciphering their disturbing riddles. What I can tell, it's like something like a prayer with each verse that with several verses that tell about the life of one of the occult saints, Arian, or the matriarch spider, as they call her. I hope you find what you're looking for and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain.
None shall stand in my way.
Upper deckers avoid coming here. But how can one live aboard the flagship only to turn one's back on the core that gives it life?
This core can just as easily take a life too. Especially if someone around here takes a fancy to your boots.
Okay, so maybe this is an exile mission, an exile posting. Hi, I'm the Rogue Trader. Okay, let's see what you got. Bum.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This is as the pub's violence works like, you know, any idea how much it costs? There, 57 ration cards. It's all I've got, I swear. Spent the rest on rot gut again, I'm guessing. Not doing you any more favors. Give up the drink or get used to life in the pestilence pit. I hope you get hit by a train.
A new challenge for me.
The rotting guts of someone unfortunate enough to be flattened by a train lie glistening on the track. Okay. You heard, the rogue traders come down from the upper decks. Heard it and seen it too, except... The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section.
Victory awaits.
Burnt man, mercy, please save me. I'm Vale the Cleaner. I was in my house, asleep, and forces came and set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time. Wonder how long he's been sitting here. A watch? 3? The whispers say nobody cared because he didn't matter, but they also say he somehow was supposed to matter to us. Strange. The Undying One is ready to accept the soul, and it must be sent forth, so it will be freed from the torment of the flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me. Spinner came, he painted the symbol, then he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and recite it later so that help would come. And here you are, then I should... To but smirched soul, her kind mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer anguish and distress. Along brought to rest of mortal... Oh. The death cultists want us to end the poor man? Those sick lunatics. Anyone can be saved as long as they still want to live. At the very least, they deserve an attempt to save them before you discard their life.
my lead.
How?
Operation successful.
Okay. Lord Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt. I don't have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is. I'm here to patch up Savage, locomotive number 3, under the tech priest's supervision. The old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad, his boiler catches fire, and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after all, I've done the most dangerous work. That's when Iron Brains comes in. But that's alright, I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those tech priest drivers who get to operate him every day. The roar of a boiler, the wheels pumping like mad, and all the furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to even the slightest moments. How about I introduce you? Can't turn down an offer like that. The panel is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly at the whispers of the litany of ignition before turning you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by auxiliary maneuvering engine. We'll need to install the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Initiating train blessing algorithm. Let not corrosive wear separate the wheel sets. Let the traction drive receive the touch of the motive force granted by the invisible hand of the Omnissiah. Let his grace strengthen the joints and support the lift the body above the decay of mortal tracks. Hear me, driver, and praise the machine god thrice, for it is only by his will that the miracle of sacred locomotion is accomplished. The blessing has been successfully executed. A stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of a mechanism resembles horse growling, not horse growling. In the scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panel make you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. Put your hands on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Heinrich's face is focused, but his voice has not lost any of its playful cheer. The Savage does not like being hassled. I have had experiences with mechanisms that preferred to be turned on quickly and boldly. I guess this engine has a different design. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand. There is a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. Do you not feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive, unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There's almost a loving tenderness in Heinrich's voice. Pull the lever towards you, smoothly but firmly, then pump the fuel with this command. You don't say. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance, and kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give them a firm tug. Looks like Savage has agreed to not kill us both. His tech priests and guardians will be pleased. Yes! Okay. Everything was going to be alright. Savage would never fry me. Right, Savage?
I won't tolerate weakness. Lay claim to the stars.
Sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, his eyes linger on the blood marks inscribed nearby. His face changes strangely, and his hands clench into fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns towards the tracks. He leans forward. Man freezes a step away from oblivion and goes still once more. What? I didn't... The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. With dim lumen light, you notice old scars across his body. They seem vaguely familiar. I am registering this unit's intention to use the train tracks for purposes other than those intended by their design. I categorically demand that the unit's self-disposal be carried out using methods that do not violate the catechism of maintenance and operation. Scars all vary in length, width, and depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols on the men's rough skin. Deaf cultists bear similar marks on the bodies. It's a symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every day, here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. You, have you come to take me to the other side? I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. But then, why is it here? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain spot, certain junction of the utility in tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, then I waited an hour, 2, 5. The junction was still empty. No one came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran. But some would choose to leave the righteous path, those who earned penance in due time. Her whips sing vengeance on a renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. For cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendance. It takes what is due in essence. The third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There were plenty of reasons. I showed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear. Because I wanted to be feared, I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. Vicious Ashmag, you used people's faith in the Exalted One to justify abusing the power that was given to you. Oh, you poor thing, I think I'm going to cry. You couldn't stop slicing people up. That must have been so hard for you. Even my whisperers have nothing to say to a pathetic tale like that. I bet they're thinking, what a lousy, self-absorbed sack of scum. No, I've been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there. I've spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it. Man does nothing to stop you. He even leans closer to the rails, accepting his fate with a smile. The Undying One is death. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. Okay, these people are psychotic. Wait a minute. Let me go back here real quick. What? I can't give him a ration card? I can use a ladder.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Oh, that's interesting.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
None shall stand in my way. Any challenge for me?
Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy in Throne's name, I beg you. Your Grace, Ladyship, Hand of the God Emperor, save your unworthy servant. Get lost. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot, I'll clean it right away. Your Ladyship, I work hard, never even take breaks to rest, and all I eat is 7 ration cards with 15... and 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you, and this is the thanks I get. You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. And today you earned 15 cards in a single shift because you could do the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in. It was an axe. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations. We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute. The rabble are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards to prevent supply embezzlement and famine. They do take our cards, your ladyship, and they grow fat using them for themselves. Don't abuse your authority, asshole. Sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seemed to size you up the whole time you were speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you are watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. May the God Emperor protect you and all of House von Valancius, Lord Captain.
Victory awaits!
Grey bulkhead is marred by traces of gunfire and rust-colored stains from old blood that was never properly washed off. What are you? Someone has sketched a hasty portrait of a worker with a red scarf over his face. The artwork still reeks of chemical pigment. Judging by the layer of flaked-off paint, it's been removed several times already.
Follow my lead.
Who are you? No, shh, don't make noise. They shot everyone. Please don't tell them. That is interesting.
It's about time.
Glory to our Lord Captain.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
We need to investigate. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Several people are eagerly rummaging through a pack filled with weapons from the Enforcer's arsenal. A man with a big, pockmarked face is the first to react to your presence. He attracts the others' attentions with a piercing whistle and barks out, "Who are you? There's not supposed to be anyone—" "Ah, it doesn't matter. Identify yourself." Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and their battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack where the good plasteel gleams, restlessly clutching their humble weapons. "Abelard, introduce me. Before you stands Lord Captain Amelia von Valencius, mistress of this vessel and everything on it, including those goods you are pawing at with your unwashed hands, and your miserable lives as well." "What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs as is right and proper." "Your ladyship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day you see a rogue trader in the flesh. And as for this, I won't insult you by denying it. You've caught me red-handed." "The Hard Nines, a gang, I mean, a brotherhood from the Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites. We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We're sort of, assistants to the enforcers, self-appointed. We make sure that order is maintained in the compartments where enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and, well, we accept a small contribution as a show of thanks." "To do business. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemes against your ladyship, we call the troublemakers to order, and we shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us defenders of the ship?" "Why stop there? You might as well call yourselves saints and say the fate of the whole dynasty rests on your shoulders." "I wish. Fresno, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightening the screws, damn it. We can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment. It's our gang's initiation rite, a fine tradition. By voluntarily removing a finger, the newcomer shows their determination and willingness to join us forever. It's also a badge of honor." You could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content. Bastards who accept mutants into their gang and pray to the archenemy. There have always been outlaws on the ship. You're better off with outlaws like us who don't go too far and keep the heretics down. If the rumors about you are true, then you'll know how it goes. There are criminals, and then there are criminals. One day I will realize the depth and wisdom of your decisions, Lord Captain, but in the meantime I will pray this act does not come back to haunt you. Hear that, boys? The Lord Captain herself is expecting good things from us. We can't let her down. We will fulfill your command to the letter. I'm going to pilfer it too. Oh, wait. Never mind. That might have been good if earlier in the playthrough, but...
The machine god grants the insight.
None shall stand in my way.
Wow, there's a lot of people here. Kids have been waiting for you. How was your shift? We worked hard. I helped a friend with the loading, and he gave me some cards. Take them and exchange them for new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Oh, thank you. I've already made your beds for you, so once you've eaten, you go and rest. The little ones and I will head out to the marketplace and leave you in peace. Why are we focused? Why is the game showing this to me? Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife? What is that? Oh, is that corpse starch?
A new challenge for me.
Things impossible for this.
Something of interest. Watch out.
This is back where I started. Jesus, this place is hellish.
The Whispers told me a secret. One and it's done.
Crates are typically used to transport weapons. The worn-away markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment came from, and the scuffed surface indicates the crates have been moved frequently.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Food vat is protected from the vicious, hungry crowd by equally vicious thugs wielding makeshift weapons. Lush yellow-green moss covers the walls of the slums, seeming to especially favor the warm, moist pipes. Judging by the marks, the people here regularly shear off the moss only for it to grow back again. Probably eating it, based on everything, you know. longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sound. Okay, who do they want me to kill?
I see what others do not. Just as he ordained.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Stop being so bloody difficult. What's the thing that and the death cultists say? Your time has come, or what have you. No, please, what did I do? Talk about being everywhere at once. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace? We'll get to eat soup tonight.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
None shall stand in my way.
Mold started with angular tendrils that ooze slime. Oh. Why are you being held? Good person took care of me and helped me to stand again. They didn't take anything in return either. They just asked me to show that same kindness to somebody else. Oh. Oh, gee. Okay, mold that eats people.
Awaits.
Yeah, this is definitely Nurgle's place.
The shadows reveal their secrets. Watch out. I do what I must. Just as he ordained. Just as I was taught.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Jeez.
It's about time.
Figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come closer, she freezes and turns to look at you. An ugly rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zdenna to the other side? No. You're just wandering around in the dark looking for the light, but it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it? Oh, Zdenna the outcast, Zdenna the mad, Zdenna the disaster, Zdenna the curse, Zdenna the spurned. The woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. Ghost of the past, ghost, shadow of the present, only the Undying One knows, he alone. Here where the unfortunate meet their undeath, here a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects, here where the pestilence dwells, Zdenna welcomes them all, talks to their ghosts, here where Zdenna lives? Yes, that sounds right. You can't hear? Zdenna points somewhere off to the side and laughs, then stops herself sharply. I don't like it when people come here. Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both body and spirit. Best to leave her be. Ah, the gifts. Gifts they are. The chains clink to announce Zdenna's approach. For others to hear. They hot and fearful of becoming like Zdenna. Afraid of losing their face. Haha. Oh yes, the song. Here, listen. She wandered an eternity in dark, yet was consoled. Web foretold, Undying One's blood secret glowed, and light to guide her faithful fold. But the threads must end, and so the spider did, at which was owed her life and death bestowed. And you'll see if you learn to see. You look into the darkness, Baron. Look. You peer into the darkness, gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see. Zdenna shakes her head and frantically starts tearing off her rags, and strips of decaying flesh peel off along with them. You'll not see until you become like Zdenna, the flesh and blood of this ship. Oh, Zdenna will show you, and you'll see the true light. Come now. Oh. No one finds the courage to approach the okay, I heard this.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, we're going through the heretical route on this one. Oh, I'm going alone. Am I going alone? Domin Amelia, the Undying One has whispered you that you would honor this Temple of Death visit. We are ready to serve you.
A new challenge for me?
The deaf cultist bows his head reverently.
This cannot be. I'll lay claim to the stars.
There are large holes in the compartment ceiling. Spinners have dismantled the bulkheads to expand their temple even higher. Dominant the Undying One has whispered that you would honor... Okay, we are ready to serve you. Undying One is death, the Undying One is duty.
Follow my lead.
Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretch ever higher, not unlike a web. The temple is growing as if it were a living organism.
It's about time.
Cold stone sarcophagi serves as the deaf cultists' beds. The bones of their deceased comrades are their bedding. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness. I rise to the occasion.
Oh, hallucinogenic stuff. Voices Vizier of a blood-spun web. A frail old man, grey beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. Sewn! His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lady of the Ark walked the paths of unlife, and the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. And the servants of death bowed before her, for the Damin is the giver of life. Yes, the truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome her as the tenants demand. Servant of death who sees beyond the threshold. A spider who spins a cocoon at the end of his thread. Sorry about that, it just came over me. I didn't say anything too weird, did I? A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands, although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend. In the next instant, the dynasty symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks off the blood off his blade, and several drops land on your face. The blood-spun web welcomes its new lady. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited, whispers the echo. Whispers echo from his words from the shadows. Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual, but only inside the temple can spinners perform it. Yes, we are glad she has reached this place. We are glad to serve. As I delve into my divinations from the flesh and its blood of departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited by the cult from the matriarch spider who spun the first thread. One of the readings I did back when I still had strength to leave the temple and usher souls on their final journey. That was when, in the intricate tangle of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting. But when we would meet, alas, was not revealed to me, so we waited year after year, and now the hour has come. It is the name we give to the first spinner, the one who has learnt the wisdom of the tenets of the web in order to lead the others. I have a duty to instruct and spin bloody threads, but in all other ways I am as much his servant and yours as anyone else in this temple. Spinners guided them along a different trail. You had to take the step, or only you were meant to become the flagship's blood domain. There was no reason to test the faith of those who followed you, or this burden was for their lady to bear. Followers of the cult once inhabited the tunnels between the bath's bulkhead until the threads of fate were tangled and a domain of ages past gave us this compartment. We set ourselves building a spacious halls where the shadows owns the images of him, and the spinners themselves would whisper of death. And thus the temple that you see began to change with the succession of the viziers and the cult's generations. We are building it still, slowly but surely. The song of the trailing blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you passed the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the trial of justice. Assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had beset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, for duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the undying one, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. For the tenets teach us about the life and learn and supreme reward for one who is open to self-discovery. The vizier's own shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks into the empty space again. Peace, my brother, the time has almost come. I see echoes of those who came before us and those who were with us, but I have since crossed over to the other side, my brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I hear them from beyond their depths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners they hear not, for that burden is mine to bear. I was sighted for much of my life, until a disciple of mine violated the tenets. I realized just how blind I had been, a lesson but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. Well, I'll see if I can... Well, I might end up lying to you. I sealed my eyelids with the chaos of true sight. Now I see more, and better. The tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Dom Emilia? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise your hand to your cheek, only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides and you seem to float in the air. And seeing things you had not noticed before, the shadows in the corners taking on shape and color, the subdued lumen light playing on the cultists' bone masks. Are they really masks? Their tall, lean, empty-eyed warriors might as well be dead people. A chill runs around your spine. One moment the walls of Death's sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances underneath your feet, and the undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you. Your heart is beating slowly, your breathing has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. That is for you to tell me. You look at the Vizier, and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him, but the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. Servant of Death, you have become the blood of the flagship. Now you will become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, for spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life, but the blood-spun webs still accept you. The tenants allow it, but only for a domin who has followed the trailing blood until the end. These guys are cool. Under the ritual platform, at the undying Emperor's feet, under the keen gaze of his dark, empty eye sockets, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from his hands onto your brow, chest, and shoulders is still warm. Before his image, the Vizier assumes the ceremonial postures with incredible ease, his withered body moving swiftly and soundlessly. You are slowly plunged into darkness, to the sound of ritual ants and swooshing blades. Amidst the noise of splashing blood and the cultist whispers, you hear the words, "Death has spoken your name, Domin Amelia. Death accepts you." Familiar whisper is scratching at the periphery of your consciousness. Or is it an inner voice? Even if he hears you, what does he care? You did not save Theodora. He will not save you either. You are not his chosen one. But if you offer a prayer to the gods that are truly immortal, the ones who do not hold back with their gifts, the ones who are always willing to accept you. A rusty taste fills your mouth, causing a spasm in your stomach. Your head is spinning, but you struggle to determine if it is a thrilling sensation or one of profound revulsion. The words of corruption fill your consciousness like rotting pus from your brain. The blood streaming down your face becomes sweeter than honey. However, a dismal feeling comes over you as well, as though the gaze of the statue's empty eye sockets has grown a dozen times heavier. The stream of blood is lashing your back and shoulders harder than before. Could this lingering intoxication still be playing tricks on your mind? Nope, I think it seems the disease you caught in the Freight Line's pestilence pit is getting worse. Your skin is more itchy and dark patches are forming in a few places. Death has accepted you, Domin Amelia. Now and for all time you are the Blood Warden and the Undying One's most venerable servant. To many he comes during their time of service, in images of blood and whispers from the shadows. But remember that those are mere visions, for true death will not come for you until your time, and will take your soul gently in its bony hands. The ritual is complete, but you are not. The vizier gestures for one of the cultists, is carefully holding a strange garment to come closer. For years we have maintained fealty to the Dominee. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. We are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace this sanctum, and the first of them all to be initiated so. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exaltation and accept the gift of vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. Okay.
Victory awaits.
Underneath the ancient relic is a stone plaque with an inscription. Found your life above duty, you are not worthy of life. Vizier Garum Pranis. The Vizier's head trembles with the infirmity of age, and his lips utter barely audible words meant for those only he can see. Dom and Amelia has honored us with a visit. We are glad. First Spinner. And peace, Cabela. You are the shield, you are the shadow, you are the blade, so be them. Many are blind even with their eyes wide open. Thus spoke the matriarch Spider. People looked at things without seeing their essence, which makes them easy to beguile or frighten. We adorn the tunnels with the bones of the righteous, that they may guard our faithful against corrupt deeds and thoughts. We use the blood of the unholy ones for divination, so that we may see dangers. The blood of the martyrs is our wine, for their suffering makes us stronger. People are afraid, but only because they see death as the end. Death, however, is the beginning. It's life and duty and oblivion. Death has many facets. That is its essence. Every thread ends in death. The vizier falls silent as if those words have explained everything. Then he nods towards the empty space. Yes, I see she is still full of questions. Let us give her her answers about our ways, my brothers and sisters. To give and receive death, and to fear no twist or turn of fate. One who is afraid of death is already dead in her soul, waiting for the end, afraid to accept the inevitable. A life of fear is disgraceful. The true service is in dedicating oneself to death with no regrets. The smallest stain of rot is enough to ruin the most beautiful woven pattern. Weakness is a gateway into the soul, one we hold open for new failings. It is born of desire. Kill your desires, and your weakness will die along with them. I cannot share the full wealth of my knowledge, for it has taken me a lifetime to learn, but I can share you the foremost lesson with you. Be guided by reason, not fury, when you fight, and seek no pleasure in killing. That is how you will win. We will meet again, Doming. The threads of fate weave a bloody pattern.
A new challenge for me. Done.
Okay. Let me show you the way, Domine. Path to where the lay people dwell is complex, web-like. Let me show you.
Follow my lead.
Okay. Oh, I didn't talk to you. The Emperor protects your ladyship. How may I be of service? Initiate Siak, your ladyship. I recite prayers and help Confessor Adalbert with the rites. The skeleton is clutching an orb made of tightly fit hoops covered. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Alienkov. They believe there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. It happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodora was born. That's all I know. If the initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb, someone has already moved hoops around trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answers should presumably be formed using the adjoining hoops. My light reaches everywhere. Okay, that's obvious. The Emperor. faith. Oh, life.
It's about
Well,
time.
I'm a fucking heretic right now, so. That was interesting. What time is it? It's 2:20 in the morning. I should probably stop. Oh, what is this? The thing is, Captain, the saboteur is most definitely a tech priest. He found his way aboard the ship and penetrated all our security systems with staggering ease. Both his ability to communicate with machine spirits and combat potential of its augmentations are extraordinary. Nevertheless, the enforcers managed to capture him. During the arrest, the intruder, he offered no resistance at all. Instead, he asked for an audience with the great machine spirit. When he realized that the enforcers had no idea what he was talking about, he asked to meet with you. I considered it necessary to apprise you of the situation. This infiltration of a rogue trader ship operated by authorized engineers casts doubt on my tech comrade's stability, if he is indeed my tech comrade, that is. Regardless, I request permission to communicate with the captive. Understood, Lord Captain. The saboteur will be brought to you. Nomos, the groups of servitors whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized, stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear him speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechadendrites are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel cathedral and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. The interloper inclines his head in the direction of the frowning Pascal. And of course, I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It's not my intent to desecrate your temple. My name, if it matters, is Asclepius, formerly a computator general of the Cognizance Fleet, now a labor recluse with the status of Malatek. Malatecs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy, yet have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. Pascal's voice sounds unusually alarmed. All that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archive data. My lost status is a art replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance Fleet. I have come not as the priesthood's messenger, but as a faithful disciple of the most holy Emernat. My brother once served the Engineer Prime on this ship. He was an adherent of the school of the discontinuing the cycle, as am I. It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pascal's emotions from his tone. I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodora von Valencius, a journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and toward worlds unknown. The blessed Emernat was with her. There, upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that this spirit then fell aslumber within the ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lonely pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose decks the blessed Emernat had walked, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Yes, he did. My brother's words on this were clear. Years ago, Emernat was part of the rogue trader Theodora's inner circle, before their ways parted. My knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memory, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposefully modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, and there were those who did not wish to see that truth brought to light. All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any the people of the Chronos Expanse had ever seen. There she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one that Emernat had the privilege of experiencing. It is a miracle beyond the slightest breath meant to help us discontinue the cycle. It was born of treasures that Emernat and Theodora discovered upon the Dark Worlds. Yet even a being so glorious needs attendants and guides, and as long as the Cognizance Fleet is racked by schism and my brothers and sisters suffer defeats without end, there is no one to aid the spirit. That is why I came here. Nothing. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him, Amelia. We sense that his words are about us, that the story he has told is our story. As will I, yet I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thought. We ask that you keep him for us. That is not what I wished for, but if such is the price to be paid for the right of staying on this ship and beholding the currents of the Great Spirit, then and pay it I shall. Let the cycle be discontinued. Nomos' servitors turn their heads to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Asclepius. The massive figure of the monolithic Asclepius is frozen before the cogitator in the praying pose. Without raising his head, he addresses you. I salute the ruler of this ship. I have found a miracle. In the end of my worldly road, I have never seen and never will see anything more meaningful than the spirit of Nomos. In the face of its multitudes, we are nothing but the fixed values of an erroneous function.
Domin. The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults. The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine.
Oh, there's blood all over the floor. There.
Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by Death's will. Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the High Spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence. We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done. Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. but fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence. It is the Visier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Visier protects all, those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Visier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Visier's burden. This is the legacy of the matriarch Spider. It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Visier of the blood-spun web. Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Visier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more. The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught, they must be lived. Only then will you understand. I met her once when I was young. The Visier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me. But the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
Okay.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Okay, what are you? All unusual noises on the bridge cease when the shadow of the gigantic void ship, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, sails past the stained glass window. It seems forlorn. The hull is tarnished, the lumens are dead, and the windows are broken and shrouded. The auger crew can't recognize the signature of its silent engines. They only manage to shed some light on its decrepit hull and make out the faded name of the cruiser, Queen's Lament. The Vox Master's report breaks the somber silence. The bridge has just received a Vox cast from the dead ship. Vigdis conducts a full Vox system check and reports that the communications are in order, even though only eerie, unnatural silence can be heard through the Vox. Worried murmurs sweep across the bridge. The officers are certain that this is the void ship of old ghost stories. The Queen's Lament has appeared countless times in all corners of the Imperium. Like a ghost, it manifested out of nowhere and just as mysteriously vanished in the darkness of space, taking it those who... Queen's Lament. The rogue trader has heard the name before. The void ship was destroyed by Xenos in one of the violent battles for the Expanse over 3 millennia ago. They say that the captain was a devout and vengeful man. A shuttle carrying the soldiers docked with the Queen's Lament without impediment. Using the disparate blueprints of other Imperial cruisers, the scouting party sets out to the bridge, following the dark, unpowered corridors that somehow retained oxygen and gravity. The nervous voice of the operator erupts through the Vox. The crew are still on board, but what's this? Blurry silhouettes of people with torn-off limbs, cut-open bellies, and twisted faces are materializing and vanishing all in ghostly flashes. The ghosts promise the unwelcome guests they will stay on board the Queen's Lament forever. Raising his voice to a shout, the operator reports that his comrades are already dead and soon will be his turn. The augurs are telling a different story. All the scouts are alive and still moving forward. An anxious prayer to the Emperor is whispered over the Vox. For a moment, the operator falls silent, and then suddenly returns, mumbling excuses about his imagination playing tricks on him. His comrades are still walking ahead of him, alive and well, and the void ship looks completely empty again. After a few minutes of silence, a child's cry can be heard through the Vox. The stuttering operator reports that friends and family members of the scouting party are blocking the way. The friends and family who've long been taken by death. The soldier confirms they're not seeing ghosts, but living people made of flesh and bone. The soldiers are begging the rogue trader to let them talk to their beloved for a moment. Scouts begin to argue. The unintelligible quarreling abruptly stops, and after a few minutes, the operator anxiously gives his report. As soon as the squad pick up, the ones who decided to stay with their loved ones were swallowed by the darkness of the empty deck and vanished. Half an hour, the Vox comes to life once again. The operator flatly reports that the scouting party has reached the bridge. The cogitators are broken, so extracting any data seems impossible. The scouts have found a strange object in the captain's chair. They can't describe it, only saying that this shouldn't be there. In his usual flat voice, devoid of emotion, the operator completes his report. The way back to the bridge took 16 hours and 41 minutes. The soldiers are exhausted and would like to rest for some time. Confused, Victus notes that only half an hour has passed outside the Queen's lament. Oh, come on. Oh. Only it doesn't. Okay. Greetings, your ladyship. My name is Leonard Forius, and I am the chairman of this vessel. As your chief medica specialist, I assure you that the quarantine is well warranted. This piddling sickness has claimed the lives of a number of meritorious officers in the past. This time I intend to get the epidemic under control, study the disease thoroughly, and develop a proper cure. I hope you will agree to you've had a single period of downtime is a small price to pay for the number of lives that will be saved and the increase in the crew's performance during other such outbreaks in the future. Not to mention that the fact that we won't have to waste stimulants due to the afflicted using them as a crutch to offset their limited work capacity. By gathering enough infected individuals together, letting the illness progress, comprehending its properties, and finally killing it. The disease goes through several stages, with each containing clues to its nature and vulnerabilities. The Voidsman will have to stay sick for some time until I discover the cure. Assuming, of course, that the disease is reversible in its final stages. Allow me to relieve your panic, Master Helmsman, by saying that I will not stand for any waste of life. The losses among the crew will be negligible. Orders received, Captain. I will redistribute shifts between healthy crew members, and may the Emperor keep them from dying from exhaustion. I thank your ladyship for granting me this opportunity. Trust me, I am the healer who will live up to your expectations. Should you require my services, you may find me on the bridge. As I am now fated to be your shadow Okay, I won't be there. Oh, wow. A lot of people are coming to visit me. Your ladyship, allow me to steal a few minutes of your precious time. I come to offer you, on behalf of your lonely devotees, who have bestowed upon me the honor of paying you tribute. Glorious tales of your majesty travel far and wide, not only across the decks of this vessel, but also throughout the Protectorate. Your name instills enough fear and awe that people think twice before uttering it without reason, or they call on you in your most desperate prayers. Yes, Lord Captain, at times your name is spoken instead of his among the commoners. Of course, there are also those who have long since honored you as a messenger of the true gods. Followers of your cult have created a relic for you, an altar that was just recently delivered to your ship. I felt compelled to ensure that no one interrupted your work and had it placed in a secret room within your chambers. Does your ladyship wish to see it? The heavy altar looks ancient and out of place in your chambers. Faint whispers surround you as you approach. As soon as you utter the first words of prayer, you sense someone close attention from the edge of reality. Dark flames and inspired thoughts burgeon in your mind. Oh. My ship's getting tumors. Huh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think... I think they realized. I think they know. I think they know. Well, I think it's time to stop. So, until next time, have fun and take care of each other out there. Good night.